without one pace, and with the next advance into the immortal realm. Give ear unto that which hath been revealed by the pen of glory. Love, 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 love.
Oh my God, there is no one but Thee to allay the anguish of my soul. Ooh. Thou art my highest aspiration. Oh my God, oh my God, ooh, ooh. My heart is wedded to none save Thee. Such as Thou dost love, I solemnly declare my life and death are both for Thee. Ooh, they are for You. My heart is wedded to none save Thee, and such as Thou dost love, I solemnly declare my life and death are both for Thee. Ooh, they are for You. They are for You. For You. Oh my God, there is no one but Thee to allay the anguish of my soul. Ooh. Thou art my
to mine and renounce all save me. For my sovereignty endureth, and my dominion perisheth not. If thou seekest another than me, yeah, if thou searchest the universe forevermore, thy quest will be in vain. Thy quest will be in vain. O son of utterance, turn thy face. O son of utterance, turn thy face. O son of utterance, turn thy face. O thou, beloved of mine heart and soul, I have no refuge save thee. O thou, beloved of mine heart and soul, I have no refuge save thee. I raise no voice at dawn except in thy commemoration and praise. Thy love encompasseth me, and thy grace is perfect. My hope is in thee. My hope is in thee. My hope is in thee. My hope is in thee.
always at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face, the rains fall softly on your fields, and until we meet again, until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of His hand. May the road rise to meet you. May the wind be always at your back. May the sun shine warm upon your face, the rains fall softly on your fields, and until we meet again, until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of His hand. Yes, until we meet again, until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of His hand, in the palm of His hand. The time hath come, the time hath come when, as a thank offering for this bestowal, ye should grow in faith and constancy as day followeth day, and should draw ever nearer to the Lord. to such a degree, and so a flame that your holy melodies in praise of the beloved will reach upward to the company on high, and that each one of you, even as a nightingale in this rose garden of all who dwell on earth.
Oh, my servant, free thyself from the fetters of this world. Oh, my servant, free thyself from the fetters of this world. Free thyself from the fetters of this world. Oh, my soul, free thyself from the fetters of this world, and loose thy soul from the prison of self, the prison of self. And seize thy chance, for it will come to thee, come to thee. Seize thy chance, for it will come to thee, come to thee no more.
is sufficient unto me. He verily is the all-sufficing. In him let the trusting trust. God is sufficient unto me. He verily is the all-sufficing. In him let the trusting trust. Sufficient unto me. He verily is the all-sufficing. In him let the trusting trust. God is sufficient unto me. He verily is the all-sufficing. In him let the trusting trust. Sufficient unto me. He verily is the all-sufficing. God is sufficient unto me. He verily is the all-sufficing. God is sufficient unto me. He verily is the all-sufficing. In him let the trusting trust. God is sufficient unto me. He verily is the all-sufficing. In him let the trusting trust. Make us rich in thee. Glory be to thee for thy manifestation of love to mankind. O thou who art our light and life. Give us a realization of unity, that we may see no one save thee. Give us a realization of unity, that we may see no one save thee. May
manifestation of love to mankind. O thou who art our life and light, verily in thee we will find comfort and strength. Verily in thee we will find comfort and strength.
If it be thy pleasure, if it be thy pleasure, make me to grow as a tender herb. If it be thy pleasure, if it be thy pleasure, make me to grow as a tender herb in the meadows of thy grace. Ooh, ooh, of thy grace. Ooh, that the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will may stir me up. Gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will, that the gentle winds of thy will may stir me up, may stir me up. Ooh, ooh, may stir me up. To conformity with thy pleasure, oh, and bend me into conformity with thy pleasure, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness may be wholly directed by thee, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness may be wholly directed by thee. be gone, and we shall pass into the hollow that is dark. For those who speak no more, and wherefore we must bind our hearts to the manifest beauty and kindle love's flame, and kindle love's flame, and burn away, and burn away, and burn away, and burn away. In its heat, so kindle love's flame and burn away. In its heat, and burn away, and burn away, and burn away, and burn away. In its heat,
O Son of Being, with the hands of power I made thee, and with the fingers of strength I created thee, and within thee have I placed the essence of my light, the essence of my light. Be thou content, be thou content with it, and seek naught else. For my work is perfect, and my command is binding. Question it not, nor have a doubt thereof. Question it not, nor have a doubt thereof. being. With the hands of power I made thee, and with the fingers of strength I created thee. And within thee have I placed the essence of my light, the essence of my light. Be thou content, be thou content with it, and seek naught else. For my work is perfect, and my command is binding. Questioning not, nor have a doubt thereof. Questioning not, nor have a doubt thereof.
Is there any remover of difficulties? Say God. Is there any
هل من مفرج غير الله غير الله
of difficulties? Say God. Praise be God.
قل سبحان الله
He is God.
وبالله
All are His sons,
كل عباد له
and all abide by
وكل بأمره
His bending. Is there any
هل من
difficulties. Save God.
Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. And those souls whose inner being is lit by the love of God, by the love of God, are even as spreading rays of light by the love of God, by the love of God. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. For true love, real love, is the love for God. For true love, real love, is the love for God. For true love. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul.
O thou beloved of my heart and soul, I have no refuge save thee. I raise no voice at dawn save in thy commemoration and praise. O thou beloved of my heart and soul, I have no refuge save thee. I raise no voice at dawn save in thy commemoration and praise. Thy love encompasseth me, and thy grace is perfect, my hope, my hope. O thou beloved of my heart and soul, I have no refuge save thee. I raise no voice at dawn save in thy commemoration and praise. O thou beloved of my heart and soul, I have no refuge save thee. I raise no voice at dawn save in thy commemoration and praise. Thy love encompasseth me, and thy grace is perfect, my hope, my hope. Beloved of my heart and soul, I have no refuge save thee. I raise no voice at dawn save in thy commemoration and praise. Thy love encompasseth me, and thy grace is perfect, my hope is in thee. O God, give me, O God, give me a new life at every instant, and bestow upon me the breaths of the Holy Spirit at every moment. O God, give me, O God, give me a new life at every instant, and bestow upon me the breaths of the Holy Spirit at every moment, in order that I may remain steadfast in thy love, attain unto great, great felicity, in order that I may remain steadfast in thy love, attain unto great, great felicity, that I may perceive the light, perceive the manifest light, and be in the state of utmost tranquility. Oh, perceive the light, perceive the manifest light, and be in the state of utmost tranquility and submissiveness. forgiver, the compassionate. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate.
O Son of Love, thou art but one step away from the glorious heights above, in the celestial tree of love.
Morning. Could we all stand as they escort the casket in and place it into position? Thank you. honorable ministers of government, senior government officials, members of the diplomatic corps, representatives of organizations, the School of the Nations and Nations University family, members of the Baha'i community, friends and acquaintances of the O'Toole family, Pam, Liam, Karan, and the rest of the family who are here with us, sitting in the front row and close by. Warm welcome to everyone. I'm Lorene Pierre, and on behalf of the O'Toole family, I express gratitude to you for joining in this ceremony. It's a ceremony dedicated to honor and pay tribute to the life of Dr. Brian O'Toole, who passed away about a week ago, and to offer prayers for the progress of his soul. I also offer my personal and heartfelt condolences to the members of the O'Toole family. And on behalf of the O'Toole family, I also thank the Office of the President for seeing it fit to make it possible for the funeral service to be held here in the National Cultural Center. We thank everyone who has supported the family for the various arrangements that were necessary at this time. Please feel their love and gratitude. Just briefly about the program, I want to review, and you will have it in front of you. You'll have the prayers readings, and you'll have an order of service as well. The program will commence with tributes to Dr. Brian O'Toole, and this will be followed by the funeral service. As some of us might know already, that Brian was a long-standing member of the Baha'i faith here in Guyana as well. And he believed that Baha'u'llah was a manifestation of God for this age. And he tried to follow his teachings, as all Baha'is do. After the service, the body will be escorted to the foyer for further viewing. You'll be asked again to rise for this process, as you did as it entered into this auditorium. The viewing will end at 1:30 p.m. before leaving for the Memorial Gardens at the Le Repentir Cemetery for a final obligatory prayer for the departed and interment of the body at 2 p.m. At that time, when the body is at the Memorial Gardens at Princess and Louisa Road, there will be a recitation of an obligatory prayer, which is actually the single most important ceremonial requirement for the Baha'i funeral. So please join us if you can. You're also invited to join the cortege from the National Cultural Center to the Memorial Gardens, if possible. Please overlook any minor changes to the program that you might have in your hand. And by way of introducing this morning's program, I want to mention that the passing of an individual is usually a momentous event. Amidst our grief and sorrow, and irrespective of our faith traditions or philosophical persuasions that we embrace, this pivotal occurrence gives us pause to reflect on the human cycle of life and death. For many of us, it is also a time when we revisit or we question our individual understanding of the relationship between the body and the soul, as well as what is the purpose of our life in this world. We ask that question. I wish to offer a few brief thoughts, summary thoughts, on these intertwining matters, and to do so from a Baha'i perspective. So in relation to some of the important markers of human life, Baha'is believe that life begins in the womb at the time of conception, and the soul becomes associated with that human life at this early stage, early embryonic stage, when we are still in the womb. And while in that womb, and it's usually 9 months, sometimes some people come a little earlier, I understand, we are prepared for this world. We're given ears, we're given eyes, we have our limbs, you think of your organs. We're also endowed with capacities that will allow us to function in this world. The human body itself is physical or material, but the soul, it has its origin in the spiritual worlds of God. It is non-material, it is spiritual, and while it belongs to us here, it belongs to God. And as much as we think we know it, it's a mystery. We understand it to be a sign of God. And with this understanding, we have to recognize that essentially we are spiritual beings. That this physical body really is here to assist. It's like a vehicle for what the soul must do and where it must go. We have a simple analogy. The body is the horse, the soul is the rider. And sometimes, as in death, the rider moves without the horse. It is so powerful. So powerful is the soul. At the point of death, we understand that the body returns to the world of dust, while the soul continues to progress in all the spiritual worlds of God. So essentially what Baha'is believe is the soul has a beginning, but it has no ending. It is infinite. It endures forever. So then, what is the purpose of our life in this world, we ask? And really, we should address this from the spiritual understanding, because we are essentially spiritual beings. And once we recognize that we're these spiritual beings and that our souls will continue on this journey, then we must attend to how we live our lives here in preparation for a journey in the worlds beyond. As Baha'is, we're asked to nurture our spiritual capacities. We pray. We try to improve our character, refine it. We try to transform our lives, to perform good deeds, and to be of service to others. In so doing, we believe that we are treading the path of spirituality. We come to understand that this world that we're in at the moment is but a training ground for us to build the spiritual capacities that are needed in the next world. So for Baha'is, when they try to sum it up, what's their purpose in life, and many of you would have heard this before, we talk about the twofold moral purpose: to know and worship God, and to contribute to the betterment of society. Last evening, as many of us shared our memories of and our relationships and our experiences with Dr. Brian O'Toole, we spoke of the many ways in which he sought to live his life, to serve others in accordance with these key beliefs. He sought to prepare himself for his journey in the worlds beyond. In this way, you can think of Brian as a traveler, and his journey to the next world has already begun. I was talking to a friend of mine recently, and I said, "What do we say to Brian if he can hear us?" And she said, as Guyanese would understand, and because we are so limited in our understanding of the next world, and we only have the language of this world to describe it, she said, "Please tell him to walk in the corner." But we can assist Brian in his journey. We are told that in the Baha'i faith. We can pray. The soul progresses with the bounty and grace of the Lord alone, or through the intercession and the sincere prayers of other human souls, or through the charities and important works which are performed in his name. So life, like death, is complex. And I hope, in looking at Brian's life, that we gain an understanding how we, each one of us, can follow that spiritual path and prepare for that journey ahead of us. And at this point, I want to move directly into the program and to start with the tributes. We have several tributes. Some of them are listed here, and the first one being on the Baha'i Community Health Partnership Program. As one of the former regional coordinators of that program, I just want to say a little bit about it, and then I'm going to read two messages that came in, one from the National Community-Based Rehabilitation Committee of Guyana, and of CBR Guyana, and a tribute by one of Brian's colleagues who worked closely with him on that project. So CBR, also known as Hopeful Steps, was first piloted in 2 coastal communities here in Guyana in 1986, and then it expanded to several coastal communities and also in the Rupununi and elsewhere. This program was led by Dr. Brian O'Toole and Miss Geraldine Mason-Halls. She was a physiotherapist. They served as national coordinators or directors, and they worked in close partnership with the Ministries of Health and other ministries. But what they did was to look at an evolving model of how families and persons with special needs, in those days we also referred to them as disabilities, could have the support, could empower themselves in ways in which they did not only have to rely on the institutions that were available and that were themselves struggling to provide the special services that should be offered. So it became a grassroots movement, and the aim really was to improve the lives of others. The program evolved beyond the development for training material to train the volunteers, and these materials included a series of teaching videos. There was a lot of effort to strengthen the regional CBR committees that existed, along with the volunteer teams, and to introduce income generation activities. So let me read for you the message first from the Community-Based Rehabilitation Committee of the Guyana Community-Based Rehabilitation Program. The National Community-Based Rehabilitation Committee of the Guyana Community-Based Rehabilitation Program extends sincere condolences to the family of the late Dr. Brian O'Toole, who was a former co-director of the organization. We are aware that this period is a trying time for the family. However, we encourage you to take comfort in the fact that Dr. O'Toole, along with Ms. Geraldine Mason-Halls, in 1986, promoted the Community-Based Rehabilitation Program, CBR, which is a World Health Organization strategy to improve the lives of persons with disabilities, using local resources to provide support, increase inclusion, and empower individuals to participate fully in their communities. Through this program, the lives of persons with disabilities and their families have improved socially and economically. Even though there is still more to be done, communities have become involved in creating the enabling environment for people with disabilities to realize their full potentials. And people with disabilities have been empowered and emboldened to advocate for their rights. Our thoughts and prayers are with you, and we encourage you to have strength and courage at this time, and may his soul rest in peace. The next tribute I'm reading is from Mr. Roy McConkie. He says, Brian O'Toole was unique. It was my privilege to have known him for over 40 years as a member, a visionary, but above all, as a friend. His uniqueness went beyond the variety of roles he fulfilled as a psychologist, educationalist, researcher, writer, and consultant within the arenas of disability education and international development. He was first and foremost a man of faith. He believed in a just and loving God and gladly responded to his call to devote his life to the people of Guyana. His faith saw him through times of adversity and fueled his perseverance in supporting people to make life better for themselves and for their communities. His success extended well beyond the shores of Guyana, as he undertook many consultancies for various United Nations bodies and international NGOs, sharing his wealth of knowledge in a gracious but challenging manner in many countries across the globe. Brian was a man of action. Too much talk, discussion, and procrastination frustrated him. He was eager to get things done. One example exemplified this for me. Brian and I were making a series of video programs, editing the recordings we had made across Guyana. We were both due to speak at an international conference in Jamaica, but we could not complete the editing before we left. To my horror, Brian proposed that we take the editing machines and TVs with us and finish it between sessions at the conference. Nothing I said would dissuade him, and he quickly made plans for packing the equipment, and off we set. The editing was duly completed in Jamaica. Look around Guyana and even internationally, and you will see even greater fruits from Brian's actions. Brian was a visionary. He dreamt of things that never were and asked, why not? In his autobiography entitled Educational Leadership, he describes how his dreams became a reality in a variety of endeavors, such as a community-based rehabilitation, literacy promotion, community development, and starting schools and even a university. He readily acknowledged his wife's, Pam's, the most other influence in co-creating the vision and the planning and actions that made them happen alongside the many persons he could coax and convince, if need be, cajole to join him. His sense of humor, apt turn of phrase, and passionate advocacy were the hallmarks of his skill in communicating his vision and the recruitment of allies. Brian's contributions and talents have been rightly recognized by the honors bestowed on him by the Guyanese and British governments. And while he greatly appreciated them, I suspect that he was somewhat embarrassed in that they might denigrate the contributions of his allies. But Brian's leadership deserves to be recognized and remembered in its own right. Perhaps the greatest honor has yet to come. Brian ended his autobiography by exhorting others to learn from his life, an example by quoting the words of Baha'u'llah, "Mount your steeds, O heroes of God." Today, we salute such a hero whom God has stood down, but whose example lives on to guide our faith, our actions, and our visions. Roy McConkie. So I'd like to ask Ms. Soma Stout to say a few words on behalf of the Baha'i Community Health Partnership Program.
Good morning. As many of you know, Brian was a grower of people and a grower of change. I was one of the people that had the privilege of being grown by Brian and Pam. And I wanted to share with you a little bit of the experience I had as I had the privilege of watching Brian and Pam and the Guyanese community here walk with and build an example of what development looks like when it begins and is grounded, as Baha'is do, in an inherent belief in the nobility of every person, in an understanding that the purpose of development or education is not to give things from those who are wealthy to those who are poor, but rather to create the conditions where we're walking together in a way that unleashes that nobility in the world, that trusts that every people of the world has a piece of the solution that is needed in the world, and that we don't have to have the perfect answers, but we have to be able to read reality together and to change reality together. The courage, the will, and the willingness to change ourselves, to let go, to build what's needed. And having someone who, as a result of the formative experience that I had as a youth coming to Guyana at the age of 22, eating roti that first night and being challenged by Brian to say, I knew you came here because you thought you were going to study something like indigenous conceptions of health as a human right. What we really need you to do is help us understand this program and help us be someone helping to reflect on it. And all manner of trying to convince him that I was completely unqualified for the task didn't matter, because what he somehow read something in me and challenged me over and over to say, here's what we're trying to do. Help us as someone who's coming, not because you're coming from a Western education. He actually was very salty and critical of Western models of development, but because you're coming from a place of humility and not being steeped in to be able to see and understand. And that began a journey of growing and seeing an entirely other way of being and doing the process of development itself. You see, the government of Guyana at the time had needed a doctor to be in a region that was 33,000 square miles, 16,000 people in 36 villages, predominantly indigenous, at the time, the second poorest region and the second poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. And of course, the Guyana Office of Social and Economic Development worked together. Brian never did anything without the blessing and love and the strengthening of the institutions. They worked together and found Dr. Adoon, who came, but they knew a doctor wasn't going to be what led to the unleashing of the nobility and the building of the capacity of the people in the place to be there. It was a start, but it couldn't possibly be an end. And so instead of limiting it to that, they asked, how might we? First they said, we need to get proximate. We need to understand each of these villages. And so they got a vehicle. They eventually figured out it had to be a Land Rover. It was the only thing that would make it. And there are many, many stories to be told about what happened on the journeys in the Land Rover. But over time, they began visiting every village, working with the 36 community health workers in those villages, not in a way that diminished them, but where they coordinated health programs that educated people and built their skills to care for the people in their region. But then they realized that wasn't going to be enough, nor was it going to be enough to rehabilitate the regional hospital so that it had good supplies and could take care of people. Because people didn't become unhealthy on schedule. Because what led to poor health were things like a lack of an education of mothers and the literacy of mothers. For Brian, he could see that these things were connected, that structural inequities of lack of communication and other things were getting in the way, and that the inability to have a high school in this region was limiting the capacity of people to be able to sustainably grow their own health workforce. Grounded in the principles that the job wasn't to be a false savior for this region, but rather to create the conditions to unleash the inherent nobility of the people in the region. The development project that was built over the next 10 years in deep relationship and accompaniment. First, they began growing people to be part of village health councils and trained those health councils to read the reality of their region. They helped people look at their data and say, what might we do? They turned over ownership and control of the program to the people within the region and kept accompanying them and creating the conditions for their work, the ideas they had, the strategies that they needed to be enabled. In the course of 10 years, the people within this region figured out how to do things like reduce malaria rates by 90%, eliminate acquired childhood development delay, build nursery schools that were grounded in the work of people there and the materials that were there, all constantly reinforcing the idea that the people within the region were noble and had the capacity to own and take over and lead the process of development for themselves. 10 years later, they'd built the health workforce they needed, the education workforce they needed, and the lessons that had been learned in the Rupununi region of Guyana became part of a model of how sustainable change that grew the power, the capacity, and leadership of people in the region became part of how what we call communities of solutions, a model that has now been replicated and is being taught around the world. They all begin with people learning the story of the Rupununi region of Guyana, of the principles that shaped it. And that's why in 80 universities in the US, across the world globally, in places that were informed in 30 countries, informed by the 100 Million Healthier Lives Initiative. In schools of solutions across the world, these are now forming the foundation of an educational curriculum that is grounded in what Brian brought to it, but also then what the people in the Rupununi brought to it themselves. The understanding that health and well-being are universal rights, that complete mental, physical, social, and spiritual well-being is something that is possible to create, and it's not the job of the government to provide it or others to do it alone. It's all of our job collectively to create the conditions for that reality to be born in the world together. I just want to share with you for a moment how powerful it is to reflect on the life of someone who has given so much to so many, sometimes so unwittingly and sometimes so thoughtfully. That challenge, is that Western thinking or is that really grounded in what we're about? The courage to ask and to change, to ask hard questions in the process for ourselves and for one another. And the courage to go after what's really needed to change the system, not from a place of knowing and not from a place of arrogance, but from a place of, if we truly believe in a world that every child every community is able to reach that, how do we create the conditions for that? I was receiving a few years ago, Brian had the idea of bringing together educators from around the world to be here in Guyana, and they came. Aziz Roish, who was a Global Teacher of the Year award, built a model of humanistic education in Afghanistan. Mam Yasin Sar from the Gambia, and many, many others, Farzeen Rahmani and many others, and you'll hear from them. But that gathering, what you may not know is how Brian continued to support each of those educators all across as part of the Schools of Solutions. I didn't even know about some of the things he did because he never did anything to do something, to show something for himself. It was his quality of support, love, accompaniment, pouring, and deep generosity that led to the Schools of the Nations and the ABE program in Starfish, allowing and supporting girls to see a path and a future for themselves that was beyond what could be accomplished simply by what they could do alone, or so that they had the economic and educational freedom to pursue their dreams. That's changing the course of child marriage in the Gambia. Of course, it led to the Youth Can Move the World program here, which you'll hear about from so many others. But in Afghanistan, that meant that the gathering together of Farzeen and Aziz and with Brian led to, when the Taliban came and meant that girls could no longer pursue an education in Afghanistan, led to a model of cluster education that over 5,000 girls and 160 educators today are continuing to support girls, not just to have dreams for themselves, but to have dreams for their nation, for their dreams for the world, of what a humanistic world that is grounded not in a false idea of democracy that's owned by others, but in a true practice of community building and change that is already creating transformation, continuing to create transformation in the lives of many. It's the capacity that Brian believed that real change in the world was possible, that the beliefs that he held as a Baha'i were everyday beliefs that were normal beliefs to have, and that they were for ours to realize, in his ability to partner with Pam in bringing everyone together. That has changed my life and the lives of millions and millions of people now around the world. Thank you. It's on all of their behalf that, as the lead for We in the World, today we pay tribute to Brian, to Pam, and to the entire Guyanese community for their contribution to the world.
Thank you, Dr. Soma Stout. And of the projects that Brian was instrumental in developing, managing, conceptualizing, was the On the Wings of Words literacy project. And I'll ask Dr. Brian Cameron to read the tribute that has been sent by Mrs. Pat Cameron, who played a key role in that project.
That's great, thank you. Thank you, dear Lorraine. I'm actually Auntie Pat's husband, Brian, and I bring love from Pat and from my whole family in Canada to Pam, Liam, Karen, and the O'Toole family. As a visiting teacher, my wife Pat was inspired by Brian and volunteered with a literacy program here in Guyana, which is described in Brian's book that was mentioned. And I encourage you all to read about Brian's stories about educational leadership in Guyana. And you can see that Brian's the author, but Brian and Pam are a team. They're on the front cover. Brian believed that God has given everyone the capacity to learn to read, so we can each read the words of God for ourselves. Brian and Pam wanted everyone to have that opportunity to learn to read. But in a country where the literacy rate had dropped, how could that happen? The letter W is for Wings and Words. On the Wings of Words Literacy Project has impacted communities at multiple levels by building capacity in cohorts of ordinary people of all ages to provide basic literacy instruction to children in small group learning settings, both informal and formal. E is for education. Pam O'Toole gathered a team of friends, and together they created a series of workbooks and readers, starting at the most basic level of introducing pre-literacy activities. These materials were all developed in Guyana for the Guyanese cultural context. They were put into the hands of local people who wanted to improve their villages and neighborhoods by raising the literacy skills of children. L is for love. Committed volunteers attended training sessions to help them learn how to teach reading. They would return to their community, where they lovingly gathered children at Auntie's house or under a tree or in a formal school classroom. C is for capacity. In addition to the mechanical skills of reading, the content of many of the stories included lessons about willingness to help each other, caring for the environment, being courteous and respectful. The materials elevated literacy levels and supported community-enhancing values at the grassroots level. The vision was to build capacity and empower anyone willing to help. O is for opportunity. Thousands of volunteers moved through training on how to introduce concepts, provide practice, reinforce skills through games and activities and workbook tasks. They were given opportunities to practice together, support each other, return to future trainings to reflect, review, and celebrate successes. M and E are for mentoring. Generous and resourceful trainees ranged in age from mid-teens to energetic elders who were all concerned about children they knew that couldn't read. After completing the training, they received all the materials they needed to conduct literacy classes in their home communities. H is for home. The Wings of Words partnered with the International Labor Organization to work with groups of children who were most at risk of leaving school due to poverty, poor school performance, and poor home environment. O is for on and of. A group of On the Wings of Words volunteers went regularly to work with Form 1 students who were completely illiterate, using remedial materials to introduce the letters and sounds, the basic building blocks of literacy. M is for meaning. One student had adopted a pattern of being the class clown to hide her illiteracy. She was a bit of a troublemaker. The workbook introduced the letter M. and asked learners to circle pictures of things that have the initial sound of M. Working on one-on-one with this girl, the facilitator demonstrated the task. The girl watched. Instead of being distracted, her agitation stopped and she paid attention. She hesitatingly pointed to the picture of a mouse. Yes. Then she picked moon. Right again. And then mountain. The right answer 3 times in a row, which was a rare experience for this girl. She stood up and announced, "This shape says I want to do more. I want to do more." Her eyes and smile lit her face. It was so exciting to see a child unlock the secret of reading, that these symbols, these letters, make sounds, and that sounds combine to create meaning. And E is for excellence. On the Wings of Words has given this key to countless numbers of Guyanese children as a project of the Varka Foundation. Pam and Brian O'Toole through the School of the Nations and the Baha'i community of Guyana. What a great team. Dr. Dale Bisnoth, who was the Minister of Education from 1992 to 2001, remarked, quote, "On the Wings of Words is not about the best. It definitely is the best organized response that we've had in the nation to the literacy problem." WELCOME. Capital HOME. Dearest Brian, God says, welcome home.
Thank you, Dr. Brian Cameron, for that wonderful tribute. Or the Pat, please convey that to Pat for us. Few of us know about the extent of the international work of Dr. Brian O'Toole. Even though I've known him for a long time, a lot of it escaped me. I just thought he was traveling. One of his dearest friends from way back when, Dr. Farzin Rahmani, has sent a little tribute, and we'll ask Mrs. Teresa O'Malley to share that. Thank you.
I'm honored to share this tribute from Dr. Farzin Rahmani. I am deeply heartbroken by the passing of my dear friend Brian, a friendship that spanned more than half a century and shaped some of the most meaningful chapters of my life. We first met in Nottingham in 1973. Brian, a psychology student, and I, a young junior doctor. From the very beginning, it was clear that this was no ordinary friendship. What began in youth grew, deepened, and matured with time. Years passed and continents separated us, yet our bond never weakened. It remained steadfast and unshakable, strong as a rock. Wherever life took us, we remained closely present in one another's lives, bound by affection, trust, and a shared sense of purpose. Over the decades, we worked side by side on many projects rooted in service and compassion. Together, we devoted 5 years to the Guyana Medical Project, contributed to educational initiatives in the Gambia, and supported educational programs for young Iranian refugees in Turkey. These were not isolated efforts, but expressions of a shared belief that education and care are among the most powerful forces for healing and change. Brian was far more than a friend. He was a companion of the soul. There was something almost mysterious in the way our lives intertwined. One moment will remain with me forever. On the night Brian was shot, I happened to be in Guyana for a brief visit. Just hours before my return flight to the UK, fate placed me at his side at the most critical moment of his life, and I found myself using my own medical skills in resuscitation on my closest friend. It was a night of fear, love, and helplessness that left an indelible mark on my heart. Among all the causes Brian held close, Afghanistan occupied a very special place in his heart, particularly the education of girls. Long before the world's attention returned to Afghanistan, Brian believed deeply that educating girls was not only an act of justice, but also an investment in peace and the future of the nation. We once dreamed together of creating a student exchange program linking Afghanistan, the Gambia, and Guyana, a vision born of hope that sadly never came to fruition. Then history took a darker turn with the return of the Taliban and the closure of secondary schools for girls. Education for an entire generation was abruptly silenced. Brian could not accept this. Together with a small group of trusted colleagues, including the Afghan educationalist Aziz Royesh, we embarked on a quiet, underground educational initiative inside Afghanistan itself. It was a project carried out with courage, discretion, and deep moral conviction. Through this effort, more than 4,300 girls across 17 regions of Afghanistan gained access to education, often at great personal risk to those involved. Alongside academic learning, empowerment programs were created to nurture confidence, resilience, and leadership, planting seeds for a future Afghanistan shaped by educated, courageous women. This work, largely unseen and unrecognized, reflects the very essence of who Brian was. Brian lived life fully, far beyond the limits of his numerical years. He touched lives across at least 4 continents, leaving compassion where there was despair, hope where there was fear, and light where there was darkness. Though he received many honors in this world, including recognition from the British Queen, I am certain that his greatest reward lies beyond this life. May his soul not only rest in peace, but also continue to guide and inspire all who strive to bring goodness, justice, and light to our world. Farzin.
Thank you, Teresa, for reading that tribute from Dr. Farzin Rahmani. So beyond that world of education, We also know, I think at heart, that Brian was a youth. I don't think he ever dreamt of getting old. So the young people of Guyana, they were close to his heart. I want to ask Mr. Umesh Haran Lal and Ms. Roshini Tekchandra, who participated in the Youth Can Move the World program that operated under the Varka Foundation, to offer a tribute. Thank you.
My name is Lal.
And my name is Roshni, and it is truly an honor and privilege for us to be given this opportunity to share about the life of our friend with whom we served so closely and through whose loving encouragement we are who we are today. To me, Dr. Ratul was and will always be referred to as Dr. Ratul, unless my mouth lets me say Brian to someone who addressed him as such. He was my first employer.
And to me, he was always Uncle Brian. Our relationship with him blossomed into a deep friendship, one that was nurtured through service to the Guyanese youth. Uncle Brian was our mentor, our guide, our educator, our employer, and most importantly, the person who encouraged us to scale new heights, both in our personal lives and in our service to society. Roshni and I met Uncle Brian like 22 years ago at School of the Nations, where we attended a youth leadership program. This is called Youth Can Move the World. And it was in motion, and we were participants along with hundreds of youth who came to learn about how to contribute to the betterment of their communities.
And when we were just about 17, turning 18, Dr. Ratul invited us to join the small team at Varka Foundation, the Baha'i-inspired NGO. And life was never ever the same for us. Under his and Auntie Pam's guidance, direction, and loving accompaniment, we, 17 and 18, served as national coordinators for the Youth Can Move the World program and a literacy program called On the Wings of Words, which you just heard about. Through Dr. Ratul's vision and love for youth and education, we traveled to many communities and villages throughout Guyana to train, accompany youth, and how they can engage with their community members, how they can engage in conversations that address social ills in their communities, how they can use the art to communicate messages to the people of their communities, and how they can work with like-minded collaborators to not only transform themselves, but their communities.
In working with Uncle Brian over the years, these are some of the operating principles that we've observed that guided his work and his character. One, there was a genuine belief in the capacity of young people to contribute to their personal lives and the life of their community. Every summer, he would invite over 300 youth from various regions to School of the Nations on Parade Street to be trained as youth leaders, then return to their communities to put what they've learned into action. His home became their home, his pool, their pool, and him and Auntie Pam would make saltfish and bake, and that would be ready for us as a treat, and we would all look forward to it. He would use this opportunity to meet with the youth, learn about their lives and how they're doing and their plans for the future. He would visit these youth in their communities, and then he sent us to visit them in their communities and support them in their work in their own neighborhoods. Then we would return to Georgetown, and Uncle Brian would meet with us and listened with great eagerness to the service projects and the progress of these youth in their communities. He listened with wonderment and encouragement. And because he was always a visionary, he was always thinking of the next steps, how the youth and the community can advance even more.
Dr. O'Toole believed in spiritual solutions to social problems. The Youth Can Move the World program had 3 components: the arts, the social issues, education, and the spiritual principles that were taken from the Baha'i faith and other religions. And there was a point when we were learning about if the Youth Can Move the World program should just be the arts and social issues. And Dr. O'Toole, I remember him saying this, and I can still hear it. We were there consulting, and he said, this program would not have its transformative powers without drawing on the spiritual principles. So if we're going to do it without the principles, then it's not Youth Can Move the World. He said that would not be Youth Can Move the World. And so we didn't do it.
He also encouraged us to pursue higher education. We both came from humble families and communities where there are not many examples of people in our families who've attained higher education. In the Baha'i faith, there were always, there's a belief that education help a human being realize their true potential, both material and spiritual education, and helps us to reveal our true identity. So, moving forward, Roshni got her master's in human resource management.
And Lal's an educator and also completed his master's in education. I just want to share a little story about humor in resolving conflicts. Now remember, we were just 17 and 18 when he gave us this huge responsibility of working with hundreds of Guyanese youth, coordinating a national youth program and learning how to accompany other youth. And one mode of operation that guided us was consultation. And so Lal and I did not always see eye to eye. We bickered a lot. We had projects that we liked more than other projects, and sometimes working together could be challenging. We both wanted to work so closely to the Youth Can Move the World program, and because we thought it was the most exciting of all the projects. And through much consultation, it was agreed that Roshni will continue to work more closely with Youth Can Move the World program, and Lal will support the Other Wings of Words program a little bit more because that was required at that time. And I was a naughty youth, so for the rest of the time I would tease Lal that I'm Dr. O'Toole's favorite and just go along and work on the literacy program. And Lal did not like that, of course, so it would create more tension between us. And we were a team, so we needed to be united. We would march into Dr. O'Toole's office, and he always brought humor to solving problems. He would say, "You're bickering like an old married couple." And whenever we would try to complain about each other to him, he would make a joke to lighten the mood, and then he would help us most lovingly to think of solutions. We oftentimes left that space more united until we had another fight in return. Sometimes I feel we did that so that we can just sit in his presence and enjoy a good chat.
As you know, all of the fruits that we've described here of his work and his life in Guyana, it came because of this most sacred and singular decision that he's made, which is to pioneer to Guyana. He left his home, and him and Auntie Pam came here. In pioneering is a sacred act encouraged by Baha'u'llah, the prophet founder of the Baha'i faith. And Baha'u'llah says this. He said, "They that have forsaken their country in the path of God and subsequently ascended unto his presence, such souls shall be blessed by the concourse on high, and their names recorded by the pen of glory. among such as have laid down their lives as martyrs in the path of God, the help in peril, the self-subsisting.
Lal and I had so many opportunities to hear about the stories of the early days when Dr. Atul and Auntie Pam came to Guyana. And our lives, from 17, 18-year-old who were thrown into that responsibility to the grown adults we are now, we've continued to benefit from those experiences, examples, and stories. And pioneering was one of them. Both of us learning from those examples, listening to the struggles, but the steadfastness and the firmness and the belief that Dr. Atul had in the Guyanese people, and came here and showed, given us an example that humanity is truly one. We both followed in that example, and when the opportunity was given to us, we both pioneered in different parts of the world. I served in the Caribbean for a number of years, and Lal in North America and other places. And in our times of tests, during those pioneering days, we used to call each other still, and we would reflect on some of these stories coming out of Guyana and what we've heard from the many pioneers here, but also from our time spent with Dr. Atul. We cherish that so much in our hearts.
So, reflecting on the life of Uncle Brian, our time together was instrumental to who we are and the development of our character. He showed us that when youth are transformed, their families and their communities benefit. Because of these formative experiences in our youth, as adults we strive to let spiritual principles guide our service to our community.
And as we continue to pray for the progress of his soul, we cherish this very precious friendship in our hearts.
We thank Lal and Roshni for helping us to better understand Brian as a mentor and the many ways in which he inspired youth across this country. Our final tribute in this section will be given by Dr. Dexter Phillips from the School of the Nation.
Thank you, Lorraine. And friends, good morning. And please permit me to stand on the protocols that have already been established. When Dr. O'Toole arrived in Guyana in 1978, the country was in a very different phase of its development. Many young people felt that opportunities and advancement required leaving Guyana. He saw that reality, but more importantly, he saw possibility within it. He believed that Guyana deserved institutions capable of preparing its young people to participate confidently in the wider world without leaving home or giving up their ambitions. In the 1990s, he and his wife, Pamela, established School of the Nations, offering nursery to secondary education with an emphasis on character, service, and academic growth. Later, in the late 2000s, Nations University was established as part of the wider Nations vision. Through this tertiary arm, DOC forged partnerships with international university partners and created opportunities for adult learners to pursue higher education, gain professional qualifications and advance their careers without having to leave these shores. Dr. O'Toole never intended to build just another private school. His goal was to build an institution founded on values, character, service, and international standards. In his book, Educational Leadership, A Guyanese Perspective, he argued that education must play a national building role, not only transferring knowledge, but cultivating capacity, responsibility, and moral purpose. A defining part of Doc's leadership, and one witnessed by many in this arena, was his ability to bring people into his vision and get them involved. He never tried to build anything alone. He invited, enlisted, persuaded, and inspired. Whether it was teachers, university partners, government officials, community organizations, he had a way of helping people see what could exist even before it existed. And once we saw it, it was hard not to want to be a part of it and to make it real. That ability to align people around a constructive vision and mobilize them into action was the central to nation's success. Working with him was to witness a quiet form of courage. He carried himself with humility, yet he understood that education sometimes needed a public voice, and he was willing to provide that voice. His motivation was never personal acclaim, but the advancement of young people and the strengthening of Guyana's human capacity. As we remember Doc today, we recognize that his legacy lives in the thousands of Guyanese who benefited from the opportunities he helped to create in their education, in their careers, and in their sense of possibility. Doc always reflected that the true measure of a school is not how many students pass the exams, but how many graduates contribute to the advancement of their society. And by that measure, his life has made a lasting contribution to this country and different parts of the world. We honor Dr. O'Toole today as an educator, a visionary, a builder, and a servant of this country. And I believe the seeds he planted will continue to bear fruits for many years to come in Guyana. To Mrs. O'Toole and the family, we extend our deepest respect and gratitude for sharing him and his life work with this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Phillips, for that tribute on behalf of the School of the Nations. We are about to go into the funeral, Baha'i funeral program that has been prepared. And just to let you know that in this part of the program, there are two little tributes. One from the Universal House of Justice, which is our supreme governing body for the Baha'is. That's located in, Haifa, Israel. So we have a brief message from them. We'll also have a tribute prepared by the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of Guyana. The first message from the Universal House of Justice will be read by Ms. Hala Basir, who is the Secretary for the National Spiritual Assembly of Guyana, which is the governing body for Guyana, for the Baha'is. And the tribute on behalf of that National Spiritual Assembly will be read by Ms. Alexie LaRose, who serves as an auxiliary board member, another arm of our administration. That will be followed immediately by the eulogy, which will be read by a family member, Liam O'Toole, and immediately after that, we will have a devotional program of prayers and music that would flow with the very least of interruptions. But just to let you know, at the point at which the eulogy will be read, that we have the little ceremony associated with the persons who have received the Medal of Service. Brian had a Medal of Service for the Arrow of Achievement. He was honored with that, and so there's a little ceremony that goes with that, so you will observe that. With that, I'm going to step down from the podium and allow the program to flow.
Message from the Universal House of Justice, addressed to the National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of Guyana. Dear Baha'i friends, the Universal House of Justice regretted to learn from your email of 11 January of the passing of Brian O'Toole, steadfast follower of Baha'u'llah. His life of devoted and tireless service to the faith, including as a member of your National Assembly for 9 years, and as an auxiliary board member for 19 years, are warmly recalled. Also remembered are his valued contributions to the field of education. Kindly convey to his family members and loved ones the condolences of the House of Justice, and assure them of its prayers at the sacred threshold for the advancement of his noble soul in the divine realms, and for their comfort and solace at this time of parting.
The National Spiritual Assembly of the Baha'is of Guyana has taken keen note of the profusion of public expressions of sincere loss, respect, and admiration that have flowed for Dr. Brian O'Toole following news of his passing on 10th January 2026. The National Spiritual Assembly and the Baha'i community of Guyana unite with these sentiments, and we pray that his soul continues to receive divine bestowals. Brian came to Guyana in June 1978, and his newly wedded wife, Pamela, soon joined him. This Baha'i pioneer couple would make Guyana their permanent home, raising their sons, Liam and Kieran, here, and leaving Guyana only for the pursuit of academic studies, brief work assignments, or family vacations. Over these years, they have become strong and devoted pillars of the Baha'i community. They have shared the message of Baha'u'llah, who Baha'is believe to be the manifestation of God for this age, while devoting their service as educators to the wider Guyanese community. The Baha'i community in Guyana has lost a deeply loved and valued member. Throughout his more active years, Brian traveled often, either with his family or with fellow Baha'is across Guyana's coastline, and to remote interior locations for the purpose of sharing Baha'i teachings and principles with receptive individuals. Those who accompanied Brian on these trips recall the love and dedication that he demonstrated for the Baha'i faith, the respect that he showed for those whom he encountered as he pursued his mission, his exuberant spirit, and the ease with which he adjusted to whatever humble abode or circumstances that was presented. And it was always a special joy to hear Brian narrate with much humor some of the trials and adventures associated with that aspect of his life. Brian also served with purpose, spiritual commitment, and dedication at the highest levels of Baha'i administration in Guyana. For 9 years, he served the National Spiritual Assembly, the governing body of the faith in Guyana. And for almost 2 decades, he served in a complementary role as an auxiliary board member. These positions allowed him to contribute to the strengthening of the administrative structures and processes of the Baha'i faith, and to nurture fellow Baha'is as he attended to matters related to spreading and safeguarding the Baha'i faith in Guyana. One of Brian's outstanding characteristics was the zeal with which he gave practical meaning to the Baha'i tenet of working towards the betterment of the world. His vision and pursuits were fueled by the following quotation from Baha'u'llah, one that Brian was known for reciting verbatim: "Regard man as a mine rich in gems of inestimable value. Education can alone cause it to reveal its treasures and enable mankind to benefit therefrom." One can observe how this philosophical and religious view underpinned his efforts to foster the potential of others as he masterfully integrated his professional skills as an educator with social and economic development. Through Brian's role as the director of the Community-Based Rehabilitation Program, CBR, he fostered a grassroots movement of volunteers who explored new ways of caring for and empowering individuals with special needs. As a founded member of the Varco Foundation, a Baha'i-inspired nonprofit organization, Brian played a key role in crafting project proposals for the Baha'i Health Partnership Program in the Rupununi, the Literacy Project on the Wings of Words, and the Youth Can Move the World project, which focus on youth leadership. In 1996, Brian and Pamela co-founded the School of the Nations, and later its offshoot, Nations University. His legacy of shaping innovative models for the delivery of education and leadership in the field of education that includes his expertise in far-off places like the Gambia, Togo, Afghanistan, and Turkey. He cemented strong personal and professional friendships across the globe. Brian has left an extraordinary footprint in the Baha'i community and throughout the world. He will remain an inspiration to many and for generations yet to come. The National Spiritual Assembly offers heartfelt condolences to Pamela and to Liam and Karen and their spouses and children. We will continue to offer ardent prayers for the progress of his soul and the comfort of his loved ones.
Today we gather with heavy hearts, but also with deep gratitude, to remember and celebrate the life of my dear father, Dr. Brian O'Toole. My family and I want to take this opportunity to thank you all for joining us on this day to celebrate the life of my father, who's touched each and every one of you in a different way. It's such a tribute to my father that there are people all over the Caribbean, in North America, Europe, Africa, the Middle East, Asia, and Australia that are watching this be streamed to them. He touched so many lives and dedicated his life in service of others, and because of that, so many people want to share in this day celebrating his impact on us all. My father came to Guyana as a young man in 1977 through the Baha'i Faith on an international teaching project and fell in love with this country. The Guyana of the late 1970s was so different from the Guyana of today. Rather than stay in the somewhat comfortable residences of Georgetown, he visited rural villages in the Quarantine and Essequibo, where he fell in love with the people, the culture, and chicken curry. We'll talk a little bit more about the chicken curry a little later. He slept on people's floors, ate whatever was given to him, walked all through villages, meeting people and encouraging them every night to come to gatherings where hundreds of people would attend. He loved Guyana so much that he would later become a proud Guyanese citizen, long before there were any cash grants or oil fines. I am jumping ahead, but let's return to building a life in Guyana. He returned to Scotland in search of a beautiful wife who he could encourage to return to Guyana with him and start a life together. I honestly don't know what tall tales he told my mother about how wonderful Guyana was and how easy life in Guyana would be in the late 1970s, where the political landscape was a challenge. There were no telephones, no imported food of any sort, or any other standard comforts my mother would have had in Scotland. He found his beautiful bride, my mother, Pamela, got married, and then left her 10 brief days later and returned to Guyana in 1978. So now we know he's got the wife, now he needs a job. Upon his return, he would spend each weekend visiting communities in villages in Berbice and Essequibo until the wee hours of Monday morning, and would return to Georgetown and go to the Ministry of Education every day to inquire about a job. Every day, in typical Guyanese fashion, he was told, "Come back tomorrow." He told my mother that he would give it 3 months, and then he would give up and move to Brazil, and she would need to wait until he got a job there. For 3 months, he went to the Ministry of Education every day and was told to come back. And finally, as the deadline neared, the ministry gave him a job as a lecturer at Lillian Dewar Training College. To say my father loved the work he did at Lillian Dewar is an understatement. It was the joy of his life. When his students invited him to visit their homes throughout the country, he went and would often stay a number of days with them. Now, with a job, Pam followed 3 months later, and she joined him in a country very different from her native Scotland. Now, finally together, they visited every corner of Guyana as young Baha'i pioneers. They would each work all week, and on Friday, drive for many hours, spending hours upon hours at various ferries to get to a rural village, and spend the whole weekend there, and many times drove straight back to work on Monday morning. Together, they slept on people's floors in Berbice, bathed with buckets of cold water in the Pomeroon, and ate dried salted beef in the Rupununi. My mother always tells a story about her experience with Auntie Culla in the Pomeroon, where they were to brush their teeth in a barrel of water, and my mom saw some tadpoles. She asked Culla what to do, and Auntie Culla said, "Swirl your toothbrush on this side and they'll swim to the opposite side. Problem solved." Mosquitoes ate them alive. My mother got arrested for smuggling 2 cans of sardines into the country, and they experienced challenges others would think were tall tales. I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead again, but Pam's grandchildren will be asking her tonight how her experience in jail was and what are sardines. It's going to be an interesting night. Sorry, Mom. Let's get back to the chicken curry. My father lived in Guyana for 48 years, and he still ate his curry and roti with a knife and fork. My brother and I grew up with East Indian nannies who taught us to eat curry with our hands, We always laughed that the man who loved Guyana so much couldn't touch his roti with his hands. We would eat curry every week, and my brother, Karen, my mother, and I would all eat with our hands. And for every dinner, we would only have to put out one set of cutlery for Dad. The funny thing is that I never learned how to eat curry and roti with anything other than my hands. I guess in that respect, I am the apple that fell far from the tree. However, like my father, I love a good Guyanese shrimp curry. As a kid, my mother worked as a teacher at the American School, now known as the Georgetown International Academy, and my father worked as a lecturer at the University of Guyana. My father went on to get a PhD and taught at the University of Guyana for over 10 years. In those days, he would get paid $150 US a month, and my mother's salary supported the family. My father never worked for money. It was the furthest priority in his life. As Baha'i, he believed that work is worship, and he excelled at serving others. He dedicated his life to the service of both others in Guyana, as well as in the Gambia, Afghanistan, throughout Asia and Africa. In 1995, I moved to the Bishop's High School when my mother stopped working at the American School. In those days, and such is not the case any longer, I know the Minister of Education is in the audience. I don't want to get in trouble. We didn't have teachers for some of our classes. We would play cards in class, and then we would go to after-school private classes where we learned what we should have learned in school. This would become one of the seeds that was planted in my father that would lead to the creation of School of the Nations. My father, ever the educator, visited a school in the capital city of Togo, Africa. He witnessed a country torn by political violence, where the school was an oasis of peace, where the children of warring factions studied together in peace and love for one another. He came home energized, and in one night, he and my mother decided to start School of the Nations. Now, we've all seen that energy in him, so those of you who know have witnessed it. That was in April of 1996, and by June, School of the Nations was formed, and in September of that year, it opened with 186 students. To put that in perspective, School of the Nations now houses over 1,500 students from over 20 countries, speaking more than 10 languages. In 1998, I graduated from School of the Nations and left Guyana to study in Canada. It was the first time I saw my father cry at the airport when I was leaving. My brother joined me 2 years later, and I strongly believe that the sadness he felt by us leaving was a driving force behind the creation of Nations University. Much in the same way that my experience was what created School of the Nations, the sadness he felt by us leaving to study overseas drove him to create Nations University. Decades before His Excellency Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali's GOAL program, Nations University was the only Guyanese education institution where graduates could earn internationally accredited courses in business, law, and education. My father and mother, let's not forget the business acumen of my mother and the driving force behind Nations, created a private university and partnered with great institutions like the University of Cambridge and the Australian Institute of Business to provide internationally accredited courses so that parents like them and students like my brother and I had access to programs locally that would lead to bachelor's and master's degrees from world-leading institutions here in Guyana. It's so ironic that 25 years later, after working in oil and gas and construction in the Middle East and North America, I would return to work in education as a senior member of the executive management team here at Nations Incorporated. I never had the honor to work with my father directly. I've heard of the wonderful stories over the years of the man who developed a countrywide program to help children with disabilities, wrote 3 books, 30 publications distributed to over 45 countries and translated into 5 languages, 10 chapters in textbooks, 12 articles in learned journals, and traveled to over 115 countries. Developed a rural health partnership which provided health services throughout the Rupani for 15 years, and who was a driving force behind the creation of School of the Nations and Nations University, Guyana's first privately owned university. I wish I was involved and saw firsthand what it felt like to witness his drive, enthusiasm, support of all people involved, and his dedication to serving others. My father, Dr. Brian O'Toole, was a man who lived in service to his profession, to his students, to his colleagues, and to those he loved. To know him was to encounter someone who combined intelligence with integrity and dedication with genuine compassion. His title of doctor was never just a credential. It was a reflection of his commitment to helping others and making the world a little better through his work. In 2018, he would receive the Golden Arrow of Achievement for service to education and work with differently abled persons in Guyana. A few months later, he would receive the Member of the Most Excellent Order of the British Empire, an MBE, awarded by Prince William in Buckingham Palace for service to education in the Commonwealth. Now, I must say it was very cool sitting 5 rows from Prince William, but even cooler was my dad sharing in one-on-one discussions with him, where he would always say how impressed he was at Prince William's knowledge of Guyana and his insightful questions about my father's work. Long story short, he was awarded both locally and on the international stage by parties who recognized his dedication to Guyana. Man, those are big shoes to fill. Professionally, my father, Dr. Brian O'Toole, set a standard that inspired those around him. He was a thoughtful, meticulous, and deeply principled. But beyond his expertise, what truly set him apart was how he treated people, with respect, patience, and kindness. He listened, he cared. He could strike up a discussion with anyone he sat next to on an airplane, a ferry to Essequibo, or a Greek island, and within 15 minutes had the person convinced that they would come to Guyana and work with him on one educational initiative or the other. There are so many people in this room who are listening to this via a live streaming that will agree that my father had that impact on them and had them convinced of the wonders of Guyana had in store for them. Outside of his professional life, my father was so much more than his achievements. He was a friend that could be relied upon, a colleague who mentored generously, and a presence that brought calm and reassurance. He had a quiet strength, one that didn't demand attention but earned admiration. Those closest to him knew his warmth, his humor, and his loyalty. We always joked as kids that when he would do a talk, you had to be careful, as he would bring up something embarrassing about you and make everyone laugh. Unlike me reading my speech tonight, he could speak for hours without a prompt or notes. That was the power of the love that he had for what he did as it came from his heart. Again, the apple fell far from the tree. He showed up for people not because he had to, but because that was who he was. His influence will continue in the lives he touched, the lessons he taught, and the example he set. Again, huge shoes to fill. While we mourn his passing, we also honor the legacy he leaves behind, a legacy of service, compassion, and dignity. Dr. Brian O'Toole made a difference, and that difference does not end today. It lives on in the memory, in gratitude, in the many lives made better because he was part of them. My father leaves behind a loving wife of 48 years. He leaves 2 loving sons and 5 grandchildren. We all look up to my father and know he taught us how to be good people, how to put others first, and serve their needs, and he has left some huge shoes that we hope someday we can fill. Dad, you will be deeply missed and always remembered. I love you.
O thou provider, O thou forgiver,
a noble soul hath ascended unto the kingdom of reality. And hastened from the mortal world of dust to the realm of everlasting glory.
O Son of Justice, whither can a lover go, but to the land of his beloved? And what seeker findeth rest away from his heart's desire? To the true lover, reunion is life, and separation is death. His breast is void of patience, and his heart hath no peace. A myriad lives he would forsake to hasten to the abode of his. O Son of Justice, whither can a lover go, but to the land of his beloved? And what seeker findeth rest away from his heart's desire? To the true lover, reunion is life, and separation is death. His breast is void of patience, and his heart hath no peace. A myriad lives he would forsake to hasten to the abode of his beloved, his beloved, his beloved, his beloved.
From the Writings of the Baha'i Faith by Abdul Baha. To consider that death of the body and spirit perishes is like imagining that a bird in a cage will be destroyed if the cage is broken. Though the bird has nothing to fear from the destruction of the cage. Our body is like the cage, and the spirit is like the bird. We see that without the cage, the bird flies in the world of sleep. Therefore, if the cage is broken, the bird will continue to exist. It is the feeling will be more powerful, its perceptions greater, and its happiness increased.
In the beginning of his human life, man was embryonic in the world of the matrix. There he received capacity and endowment for the reality of human existence. The forces and powers necessary for this world were bestowed upon him in that limited condition. In this world, he needed eyes, he received them potentially in the other. He needed ears, he obtained them there in readiness and preparation for his new existence. The powers requisite in this world were conferred upon him in the world of the matrix, so that when he entered this realm of real existence, he not only possessed all necessary functions and powers, but found provision for his material sustenance awaiting him. Therefore, in this world, he must prepare himself for the life beyond. That which he needs in the world of the kingdom must be obtained here. Just as he prepared himself in the world of the matrix by acquiring forces necessary in this sphere of existence, so likewise, the indispensable forces of the divine existence must be potentially attained in this world.
revealed by Baha'u'llah. O my servants, sorrow not if in these days and on this earthly plane things contrary to your wishes have been ordained and manifested by God. For days of blissful joy, of heavenly delight, are assuredly in store for you. Worlds holy and spiritually glorious will be unveiled to your eyes. Ye are destined by Him in this world and hereafter to partake of their benefits, to share in their joys, and to obtain a portion of their sustaining grace. To each and every one of them ye will, no doubt, attain.
And now, concerning thy question regarding the soul of man and its survival after death. Know thou of a truth that the soul after separation from the body will continue to progress until it attaineth the presence of God, in a state and condition which neither the revolution of ages and centuries nor the changes and chances of this world can alter. It will endure as long as the kingdom of God, His sovereignty, His dominion, and power will endure. It will manifest the signs of God and His attributes, and will reveal His loving kindness and bounty.
Blessed is the soul which at the hour of its separation from the body is sanctified from the vain imaginings of the peoples of the world. Such a soul liveth and moveth in accordance with the will of its Creator, and entereth the all-highest paradise. The maids of heaven, inmates of the loftiest mansion, will circle around it, and the prophets of God and His chosen ones will seek its companionship. With them that soul will freely converse, and will recount unto them that which it had been made to endure in the path of God, the Lord of all worlds. Baha'u'llah.
troubles come and my heart burden be, then I am still and wait here in the silence until you come and sit a while with me. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than raise me up so I can stand on
The nature of the soul after death can never be described, nor is it meet and permissible to reveal its whole character to the eyes of men. The prophets and messengers of God have been sent down for the sole purpose of guiding mankind to the straight path of truth. The purpose underlying their revelation hath been to educate all men, that they may, at the hour of death, ascend in the utmost purity and sanctity, and with absolute detachment to the throne of the Most High. The light which these souls radiate is responsible for the progress of the world and the advancement of its peoples. They are like unto leaven, which leaveneth the world of being, and constitute the animating force through which the arts and wonders of the world are made manifest. The world beyond is as different from this world as this world is different from that of a child while still in the womb of its mother. When the soul attaineth the presence of God, it will assume the form that best befitteth its immortality and is worthy of its celestial habitation.
From the writings of Baha'u'llah, know verily that the soul is a sign of God, a heavenly gem, whose reality the most learned of men had failed to grasp, and whose mystery no mind, however acute, can ever hope to unravel. It is the first among all created things to declare the excellence of its Creator, the first to recognize His glory, to cleave to His truth, and to bow down in adoration before Him.
Oh my God, there is no one but Thee to allay the anguish of my soul. Ooh, Thou art my highest aspiration. Oh my God, oh my God, my heart is wedded to none save Thee, and such as Thou dost love, I solemnly declare my life and death are both for Thee. Ooh, they are for You. They are for You, for You.
From the writings of Abdul Baha, anybody can be happy in a state of comfort, ease, health, success, pleasure, and joy. But if one will be happy and contented in the time of trouble, hardship, and prevailing disease, it is the proof of nobility.
O my God, thou forgiver of sins, bestower of gifts, dispeller of afflictions, verily I beseech thee to forgive the sins of such as have abandoned the physical garment and have ascended to the spiritual world. O my Lord, purify them from trespasses, dispel their sorrows, and change their darkness into light. Cause them to enter the gardens of happiness. Cleanse them with the most pure water, and grant them to behold thy splendors on the loftiest mount.
Friends, this brings us to the end of this part of the Baha'i funeral service. It will continue at the Memorial Gardens at 2 o'clock when we have the recital of the obligatory prayer for the departed and say our final goodbyes to Brian. Meanwhile, I want to thank you. Your presence here today, I know, will be etched in every memory that the family will hold as they go forward. So thank you for joining with them at this time of their loss. We will allow the family to escort the casket out of this stage into the foyer for final viewing, and we will rise as they proceed with that through the auditorium. Thank you.
read continually track.
O thou beloved, O thou beloved of my heart, I have no refuge, I have no refuge save thee. I raise no voice, I raise no voice at dawn. I commemoration and praise. O thou beloved, O thou beloved of my heart, I have no refuge, I have no refuge save thee. I raise no voice, I raise no voice at dawn. I commemoration and praise. Thy love encompasseth me, and thy grace is perfect. My hope is in thee. O God, give me, O God, give me, O God, life at every, life at every, and bestow upon me the breaths of Spirit at every moment. O God, give me, O God, give me, O God, give me a new life at every instant, and bestow upon me the breaths of the Holy Spirit at every moment, in order that I may remain steadfast in thy love, attain unto great felicity, in order that I may remain steadfast in thy love, attain unto great felicity, that I may perceive the light, perceive the manifest light, and be in the state of utmost tranquility. Oh, perceive the light, perceive the manifest light, and be in the state of utmost tranquility and submissiveness. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate. of my heart and soul, I have no refuge save thee. I raise no voice at dawn saving thy commemoration and praise. O thou beloved of my heart and soul, I have no refuge save thee. I raise no voice at dawn saving thy commemoration and praise. Thy love encompasseth me, and thy grace is perfect. My hope is in thee. O God, give me, O God, give me a new life at every instant, and bestow upon me the breaths of the Holy Spirit at every moment. O God, give me, O God, give me a new life at every instant, and bestow upon me the breaths of the Holy Spirit at every moment, in order that I may remain steadfast in thy love, attain unto great felicity, in order that I may remain steadfast in thy love, attain unto great felicity, that I may perceive the light, perceive the manifest light, and be in the state of utmost tranquility. Oh, perceive the light, perceive the manifest light, and be in the state of utmost tranquility and submissiveness. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate. from the glorious heights above. In the celestial tree of love. Love, 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 love. Take thou one pace, and with the next advance into the immortal realm. Give ear unto that which hath been revealed by the pen of glory. Love, 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 love. Love, 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 love. Oh, thou beloved of my heart and soul, I have no refuge in thee. I raise no voice and sing like a memoration and praise. Oh, thou beloved of my heart and soul, I have no refuge save thee. I raise no voice at dawn save him, like a memoration and praise. Thy love encompasseth me, and thy grace is perfect. My hope, my hope. O thou beloved of my heart and soul, thou beloved of my heart and soul, I have no refuge save thee. I raise no voice at dawn save.
Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. And those souls whose inner being is linked
like
by the love of God, by the love of God.
Thou beloved of my
or
heart
even as spreading
I have no refuge.
rays of light by the love of God, by the love of God.
Like a memoration and praise.
Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul.
Thy love encompasseth me,
Love is not of the body, but
and thy grace is perfect.
My
hope,
love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul.
O thou
Love is not of the
my
body, but
heart
completely of the soul.
I have no refuge
For
save
true
thee.
love, real love,
I raise
is a
no
love
voice
for
at
God.
dawn
For true
like a
love,
memoration and
is the love for God. For true love. not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. And those souls whose inner being is lit by the love of God, by the love of God, are even as spreading rays of light by the love of God, by the love of God. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. For true love, real love, is the love for God. For true love, real love, is the love for God. For true love. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. And those souls whose inner being is lit by the love of God, by the love of God, are even as spreading rays of light by the love of God, by the love of God. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. For true love, real love, is the love for God. For true love, real love, is the love for God. For true love. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul. Love is not of the body, but completely of the soul. The soul.
There are traces, a circle in the sand, heaven spoken through the wise one's hand on the shore of oneness. I leave myself behind and step inside. There are traces, a remedy divine, living waters. He unseals the choice wine, divine healer. His finger on the pulse of all mankind. If thou lovest me, turn away from thyself. And if thou seekest my pleasure, regard not thine own, that thou mayest die in me, and I may eternally live in thee. Eternally live in thee. Unravel secrets of unity and peace under the branches of the divine low tree, the gentle breezes, whispering celestial designs. And I approach the circle, its warm embrace on the shore of oneness, by the sea of grace, through rings of fire. I hold on to your hand and step inside. Eternally live in thee. Eternally live in thee. Eternally live in thee. O thou beloved of my heart and soul, I have no refuge save thee. I raise no voice at dawn saving thy commemoration and praise. O thou beloved of my heart and soul, I have no refuge save thee. I raise no voice at dawn saving thy commemoration and praise. Thy love encompasseth me, and thy grace is perfect. My hope is in thee. O God, give me, O God, give me a new life at every instant, and bestow upon me the breaths of the Holy Spirit at every moment. O God, give me, O God, give me a new life at every instant, and bestow upon me the breaths of the Holy Spirit at every moment, in order that I may remain steadfast in thy love, attain unto great felicity, in order that I may remain steadfast in thy love, attain unto great felicity, that I may perceive the light, perceive the manifest light, and be in the state of utmost tranquility. Oh, perceive the light, perceive the manifest light, and be in the state of utmost tranquility and submissiveness. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate. thou beloved of my heart and soul, I have no refuge save thee. I raise no voice at dawn saving thy commemoration and praise. O thou beloved of my heart and soul, I have no refuge save thee. I raise no voice at dawn saving thy commemoration and praise. Thy love encompasseth me, and thy grace is perfect. My hope is in thee. O God, give me, O God, give me a new life at every instant, and bestow upon me the breaths of the Holy Spirit at every moment. O God, give me, O God, give me a new life at every instant, and bestow upon me the breaths of the Holy Spirit at every moment, in order that I may remain steadfast in thy love, attain unto great felicity, in order that I may remain steadfast in thy love, attain unto great felicity, that I may perceive the light, perceive the manifest light, and be in the state of utmost tranquility. Oh, perceive the light, perceive the manifest light, and be in the state of utmost tranquility and submissiveness. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate. Verily compassionate.
unto me. He verily is the all-sufficing. In him let the trusting trust. God is sufficient unto me. He verily is the all-sufficing. In him let the trusting trust. God is sufficient unto me. He verily is the all-sufficing. In him let the trusting trust. God is sufficient unto me. He verily is the all-sufficing. In him let the trusting trust. God is sufficient, sufficient unto me. He verily is the all-sufficing. God is sufficient, sufficient unto me. He verily is the all-sufficing. God is sufficient unto me. He verily is the all-sufficing. In him let the trusting trust. God is sufficient unto me. He verily is the all-sufficing. In him let the trusting trust. God is sufficient unto me. He verily is the all-sufficing. In him let the trusting trust. God is sufficient unto me. He verily is the all-sufficing. In him let the trusting trust. unto me. He verily is the all-sufficing. In him let the trusting trust. God is sufficient, sufficient unto me. He verily is the all-sufficient.
If it be thy pleasure, if it be thy pleasure, make me to grow as a tender herb. If it be thy pleasure, if it be thy pleasure, make me to grow as a tender herb in the meadows of thy grace. Ooh, of thy grace. That the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will may stir me up. Gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will, that the gentle winds of thy will may stir me up, may stir me up. Ooh, may stir me up. To conformity with thy pleasure, oh, and bear me into conformity with thy pleasure, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness may be wholly directed by thee, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness may be wholly directed by thee. If it be thy pleasure, if it be thy pleasure, make me to grow as a tender herb. If it be thy pleasure, if it be thy pleasure, make me to grow as a tender herb in the meadows of Of thy grace. That the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will may stir me up. Oh, the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will, that the gentle winds of thy will may stir me up, may stir me up. May stir me up. And bend me into conformity with thy pleasure. Oh, and bend me into conformity with thy pleasure. In such wise that my movement and stillness
Thou art my highest aspiration, oh my God, oh my God. My heart
If it be thy pleasure, if it be thy pleasure, make me to grow as a tender herb. If it be thy pleasure, if it be thy pleasure, make me to grow as a tender herb in the meadows of thy grace. Ooh, of thy grace. That the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will may stir me up. Oh, the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will, that the gentle winds of thy will may stir me up, may stir me up. May stir me up. And bend me into conformity with movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness may be wholly directed by thee, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness may be wholly directed by thee. If it be thy pleasure, if it be thy pleasure, make me to grow as a tender herb. If it be thy pleasure, if it be thy pleasure, make me to grow as a tender herb in the meadows of thy grace. Ooh, of thy grace. That the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will may stir me up. Oh, the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will, that the gentle winds of thy will may stir me up, may stir me up. May stir me up. With thy pleasure. that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness may be wholly directed by thee, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness may be wholly directed by thee. Manifest light and be in the state of utmost tranquility. Oh, perceive the light, perceive the manifest light, and be in the state of utmost tranquility and submissiveness. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate.
He verily is the all-sufficing. In him let the trusting trust.
God stillness may be wholly directed by thee, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness may be wholly directed by thee. If it be thy pleasure, if it be thy pleasure, make me to grow as a tender herb. If it be thy pleasure, if it be thy pleasure, make me to grow as a tender herb in the meadows of thy grace. Of thy grace. That the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will may stir me up. Oh, the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will, that the gentle winds of thy will may stir me up.
Okay, for the last 3 to 40 minutes, this looks like jumping by somebody who took a long time. Explain. Let's
gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will stir me. Oh, the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will, that the gentle winds of thy will may stir me up, may stir me up. Stir me up. And bend me into conformity with thy pleasure. Oh, and bend me into conformity such wise that my movement and stillness may be. Oh, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness may be if it be thy pleasure, if it be thy pleasure, make me to grow as a tender herb. If it be thy pleasure, if it be thy pleasure, make me to grow as a tender herb in the meadows of thy me, a new life at every instant, and bestow upon me the breaths of the Holy Spirit at every moment. O God, give me, O God, give me a new life at every instant, and bestow upon me the breaths of the Holy Spirit at every moment, in order that I may remain steadfast in thy love, attain unto great felicity, in order that I may remain steadfast in thy love, attain unto great felicity, that I may perceive the light, perceive the manifest light and be in the state of utmost tranquility. Oh, perceive the light, perceive the manifest light, and be in the state of utmost tranquility and submissiveness. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate. Verily thou art the giver, the forgiver, the compassionate. O thou beloved of my heart and soul, I have no refuge save thee. I raise no voice at dawn saving thy commemoration and praise. O thou beloved of my heart and soul, I have no refuge save thee. I raise no voice at dawn saving thy commemoration and praise. Thy love encompasseth me, and thy grace is perfect. My hope is in thee. O God, give me, O God, give me a new life at every instant, and bestow upon me the breaths of the Holy Spirit, directed by thee. If it be thy pleasure, if it be thy pleasure, make me to grow as a tender herb. If it be thy pleasure, if it be thy pleasure, make me to grow as a tender herb in the meadows of thy grace. Ooh, ooh, of thy grace. That the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will may stir me up. Oh, the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will, that the gentle winds of thy will may stir me up, may stir me up. Ooh, may stir me up. And bend me into conformity with thy pleasure. At my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness may be wholly directed by thee, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness may be wholly directed by thee. If it be thy pleasure, if it be thy pleasure, make me to grow as a tender herb. If it be thy pleasure, if it be thy pleasure, make me to grow as a tender herb in the meadows of thy grace. Ooh, ooh, of thy grace. Ooh, that the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will may stir me up. Gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will, that the gentle winds of thy will may stir me up, may stir me up. May stir me up. And bend me into conformity with thy pleasure. Oh, and bend me into conformity with thy pleasure. In such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness may be wholly directed by thee. In such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness may be wholly directed by thee. If it be thy pleasure, if it be thy pleasure, make me to grow as a tender herb. If it be thy pleasure, if it be thy pleasure, make me to grow as a tender herb in the meadows of thy grace. Ooh, of thy grace. That the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will may stir me up. Oh, the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will, that the gentle winds of thy will may stir me up, may stir me up. May stir me up. And bend me into conformity and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness may be wholly directed by thee, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness, in such wise that my movement and stillness may be. Oh, If it be thy pleasure, if it be thy pleasure, make me to grow as a tender herb. If it be thy pleasure, if it be thy pleasure, make me to grow as a tender herb in the meadows of thy grace. Ooh, ooh, of thy grace. Ooh, that the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will may stir me up. Oh, the gentle winds of thy will, the gentle winds of thy will, that the gentle winds of thy will may stir me up, may stir me up. Ooh, may stir me up. And bend me into conformity with thy pleasure. Oh, and bend me into
O thou, beloved of mine, heart and soul, I have no refuge save thee. O thou, beloved of mine, heart and soul, I have no refuge save thee. I raise no voice at dawn except in thy commemoration and praise. Thy love encompasseth me, and thy The time hath come, the time hath come when, as a thank offering for this bestowal, ye should grow in faith and constancy as day followeth day, and should draw ever nearer to the Lord your God, becoming magnetized to such a degree
My servant, free thyself from the fetters of this world. Oh, my servant, free thyself from the fetters of this world. Free thyself from the fetters of this world. Oh, my servant, free thyself from the fetters of this world. And loose thy soul from the prison of self, the prison of self. And seize thy chance, for it will come to thee, come to thee. Seize thy chance, for it will come to thee, come to thee no more. O thou beloved of my heart and soul, I have no refuge save thee. I raise no voice at dawn save in thy commemoration and praise. O thou beloved of my heart and soul, I have no refuge save thee. I raise no voice at dawn save in thy commemoration and praise. Thy love encompasseth me, and thy grace is perfect. My hope